Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. We'll start the Salina City Commission meeting for August 12th, 2024, and we'll start with staff confirmation of the Kansas Open Meeting Act requirements.
Yes.
Okay. Roll call.
Mayor Longby, Vice Mayor Lankowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivey.
Here. Those of you who are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Brings us to the public hearing.
Item 3.1 is the 2025 budget. Item 3.1A is to conduct the public hearing on the proposed 2025 budget. Item 3.1B is to approve ordinance number 24-11215, adopting and appropriating the 2025 budget and increasing the target fund balance for the general fund at $13 million. And item 3.1C is to approve resolution number 24-8826, adopting the 2025 comprehensive fee schedule.
All right, we'll officially open the hearing.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. State statute does require that the governing body hold a formal public hearing on the proposed budget to hear comments and concerns from any citizens, taxpayers. The notice of this budget hearing was posted on the city's website beginning July 26, 2024, and in the Salina 311 on July 31st, 2024. On this June 24th study session, City Commission directed staff to not exceed the revenue neutral rate of 29.445. On July 15th, City Commission directed staff during study session to increase the general fund target fund balance from $10 million to $13 million, which is approximately a 24% of the total revenues. The final proposed 2025 budget, which includes 20 budgeted funds, is approximately $151.9 million as compared to a budget of $149.7 million in 2024. This excludes transfers with the exception of the work comp and insurance transfers that are among funds and cash reserves that are budgeted on the state forms. The overall budget, 2025 budget, is approximately 1.5% higher than the adopted budget in 2024. The final numbers that came out on the 2025 state budget forms is levied the taxes at 29.294 mills, which is about 0.322 mills less than the current mill levy rate. This allocates approximately $15,423,400 in property tax to both the general fund and the bond and interest fund. This rate may be adjusted once Saline County certifies the total valuations on November 1st. Total valuations for the 2025 budget increased slightly at 1.2%. Sales tax, which is approximately 33% of the general fund revenue, is budgeted to increase 1.5% over the 2024 budgeted number. Property tax, which is approximately 22% of the general fund revenue, is being budgeted flat at your direction, not to exceed the revenue neutral rate. Personnel, which is about 75% of total expenditures in the funds that have personnel, are being budgeted with a 4% cost of living adjustment effective January 1st, 2025, and a maximum 3% merit increase. We also included assumptions from historical turnover and vacancy levels. The comprehensive fee schedule, which was reviewed at the study session on June 24th, has some rates between 2 to 5% increases. The water and wastewater rates, which were also covered in a study session, the consumption side of the rates are being increased by 2.5%, while the monthly meter fee rate for the water side is increasing 20% and the monthly fee for the sewer side is not being increased at all. If anyone is interested, and after this hearing and the adoption of the budget, this document, which we call the budget document, is available online on the city's website, as well as in the city clerk's office. Today, there are 3 action items. One, this public hearing, and then the second is consider Ordinance 241125, which appropriates the 2025 budget and also approves the increase of the general fund target. And then the consideration of Resolution 24-8226, which is the adoption of the comprehensive fee schedule. I stand for any questions and comments from the public.
Any questions for Ms. Pack?
Nope.
Anyone from the public wish to make a comment?
Wow, I was sure everybody was here for the budget. Guess not. Mayor, Commissioners, John Blanchard. I have 4 questions. I'll go through them real quick and then I'll sit down and then the response can be made at that time. The first question I had was on the second page of the staff report, about 2/3 of the way through, was a $50 million line item for SAB cleanup. I'm assuming that's former Schilling Air Force Base cleanup. Second year in a row, that's a $50 million line item. The latest 2022 audit showed a fund balance of $67 million in that fund. So just kind of, if I can get some clarification as to maybe what we expect expenditures to be this year on the cleanup and on the years going forward. Second of all, on the River Renewal project, the question is, are we funding anything in this budget for the River Renewal project? And just to kind of put a side note on that, if you're paying attention to what's going on over in Manhattan with their levy increase, they budgeted in 2019 $25 million for that project with the Corps of Engineers. It is now, 5 years later, $46 million. So I'd like you to keep an eye on that. Let us know what your contingencies would be if the funding runs short, which you're looking at doing. Third is, we've done a lot of building permit fee waivers lately and a lot of tax abatements lately. And just wondering if we've made any corresponding cuts in spending that would provide some relief for the taxpayers, because, you know, we can't keep giving away free building permits and giving away tax rebates without it really affecting our existing taxpayers. And so if you could address that, if you plan on giving away more building permit fees and more tax abatements this year. And then the last thing, you mentioned a 4% COLA increase for employees. I'm just wondering, with your sales tax revenue projections, have you indexed that budget, the increase in that budget, to cover inflation? Because as we know, if we look at our sales tax revenues increasing 2% and year over year, and inflation's 2.5%, then we're actually behind the game and not in front of it. So if you could address those 4 issues, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Would you like me to address those as they come?
Yes, please.
Sure. To the first question that Mr. Blanchard asked, the former Schilling Air Force Base, yes, that is the cleanup fund. We have budgeted $50 million in anticipation that the majority of that funding is going to be spent in the first 2 years that they get actively in progression of doing work in that fund. From what I've heard from those project people, that's going to start here in the latter part of 2024, go into 2025 and 2026. So the anticipation is about 70 to 75% of those funds will be spent in the first 2 to 3 years as those projects are built and put into place, as that stuff's put into place, and then the remaining funds is just simply testing and looking and watching it over the next 20 or 30 years. So the majority of that funding will be spent in the first 3 years, and so that's why we've budgeted a heavy upfront to give them that flexibility to spend that money. The river renewal, we have budgeted a transfer from the general fund into the river renewal project of $5 million in the 2025 budget. We had a study session a couple of months ago on the funding of that when we signed the agreement with the Department of something. I can't remember. Martha would have to answer that question. We have basically two projects running side by side on that project. As you recall, we have the RAISE grant, and then we have the Corps of Engineers project. We have looked at the cost of both of those projects. We do understand that at the current levels, we will be over budget for those fundings, and we did propose some options for how we're going to fund those differences. And part of that was this influx from the general fund balance into that fund or into that project. And so we have budgeted that and intend to do that transfer in 2025. Billing permit fees. As far as reducing costs in there, I will say that departments were given direction to hold their expenditure increases between 3% and 5% to help cover inflation, but also to maintain levels that we're not overstating our expenditure. We're not getting ahead of ourselves as far as expenditures and revenue goes. As you recall, we do have a $30 million budget balance in the general fund. So we felt like that conservative 3 to 5% increase in expenditures, and then the more conservative expenses or revenues would give us a little bit of cushion if those numbers, we saw those numbers change a little bit. The 4% COLA, I forgot what the question was. Mike, help me out here.
Was accounting for inflation.
We do have that, and what we're trying to do is, as you all know, we did the pay plan about 2 years ago. With the COLA, we were seeing that there are still positions that we are fighting to have dollars enough to fill. So there are some positions that we're still looking at that may require, but that 4% COLA is going to keep us so that we stay competitive with the private market. And even with that 4%, we're seeing that in some areas that's not happening. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, I guess I would add a couple of reminders. As you well know, we started the budget conversation with assumptions about revenue, and we spent a lot of time talking about our history with sales tax performance, as well as in our assumptions about sales tax going forward. That is difficult to predict. Historically, we've been pretty conservative, and we've had a few years here where the revenues actually exceeded the budgeted amount, as Debbie indicated. We're trying to be conservative going forward. We are very watchful of kind of what performance looks like, and then we do think that we've got enough capacity accounted for, both in terms of conservative budgeting and fund balance. And then with respect to the COLA increases, again, as I'm sure you recall, we had quite a bit of conversation about what's the competitive rate to be able to hire, and there was an acknowledgement that we have budgeted 4% for the coming year, but that may not be sustainable. That's something that we have to take a hard look at each year, recognizing employees are our biggest asset and our largest expenditure category for sure. So that we take a hard look at that volatile revenue source, and we take a hard look at personnel as an expenditure as kind of our starting point of our budget conversations.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to make comment? I will officially close the hearing.
Okay, one comment I would like to make is there's a lot of information here that Debbie went over, Ms. Pack, but those of you that maybe haven't paid attention to the budgeting process, we've had numerous study sessions, and a lot of the questions were asked have been addressed, and I think staff, financially the city's in a really good position, and we're trying to make sure we stay in that position for years to come. So with that being said, I move that we approve ordinance number 24-11215 adopting and appropriating the 2025 annual budget and approve the increase in the general fund target fund balance from $10 million to $13 million.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 24-11215, adopting and appropriating the 2025 budget, increasing target fund balance for the general fund to $13 million. And roll call vote.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Linkwitz?
Aye.
Okay, I also, Vice Mayor Linkwitz, move that we approve resolution number 24-8226, adopting the 2025 comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of resolution number 24-8826, adopting the 2025 comprehensive fee schedule. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right.
All right, item 3.2, conduct a public hearing and approve resolution number 24-8227, declaring 254 North Penn Avenue to be a dangerous structure and ordering it repaired or removed, and establishing a reasonable time frame in which to do so.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. I'm Sean Purbeck. I'm the Dangerous Structure Specialist with the Community and Development Service Department. Today, we're here to talk about 254 North Penn Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Furbeck. Stand by for a second. We do need to officially open the hearing for that as well.
Well, he can, if you like, he can give the report and then you can open it, but either way.
Let's just go ahead and get it over with. Sorry for the interruption.
You're fine. I'm here today to present the building official's request for condemnation of the structure at 254 North Penn Avenue. At the end of the presentation, I will ask that you find by resolution that the structure is a dangerous structure by Salina Municipal Code definition, direct the repair or removal of the structure, and fix a reasonable time within which one of these must be commenced and diligently prosecuted. KSA 12-1750 and following provide the roadmap for our process. In keeping with the statute, the City Commission met on June the 10th, 2024, and passed Resolution 24-8216, setting the date for this public hearing. Notice of the hearing was published twice, at least 30 days prior to the public hearing on June 11th and 18th of 2024. Per statute, copies of the resolution were mailed to all interested parties on June the 12th, 2024, and we are conducting the required public hearing as we speak. In a moment, you'll hear evidence for the dangerous structure designation for 254 North Penn. At the conclusion of this hearing, we will ask you for determination as whether the structure at 254 North Penn Avenue is dangerous. If the commission supports the dangerous designation of the building official, we will ask that you direct the repair or removal of the structure and fix a reasonable time with which in one of these must be commenced and diligently prosecuted. Of course, the resolution will be published and mailed to all parties of interest. In the event that the structure is ultimately demolished by the city, state law provides a process. The cost of the demolition will be billed to the property owner, and if payment is not made, a special assessment is filed against the land on which the structure is located for reimbursement. To ensure procedural fairness, the evidence supporting our request was not provided to you until now. This slide contains detailed information for the property, and most of it can be found in your packet. As you can see on the table, required certified mailings to provide notice of the hearing took place on June the 12th, 2024. The Kaufmans, along with Saline County Clerk, signed for their certified letters on June the 14th. When we got the title report back, we found that Sunflower Bank and the Bank of Tescott were also listed as interested parties. Mailings were sent to them on July the 29th and were signed for on July 31st. I made phone contact with both banks and they advised that they are no longer had a vested interest in this property. The property was also posted on June the 17th of 2024. Some background. To provide context for the code violations that make the structure at 254 North Penn Avenue dangerous. After the fire on February 27, 2024, it was discovered the roof and rafters had suffered major fire damage to the point the roof of the structure could collapse. Owners advised that they had no insurance and no financial means to fix the damages. As you can see here, this is a summary of violations on the property of the last 2 years. Salina Municipal Code criteria for determining the dangerous statute of the structure is found in section 31502.1. There are 11 violation criteria. Any one of these criteria warrants a dangerous structure designation. This structure meets 5 of the 11 listed criteria. So what makes this structure dangerous? Let's begin with criteria 1. Having any obstructed path of egress makes a structure dangerous. Upon entering this structure and seeing the damage that was done to the roof and the rafters, the decision was made to exit quickly for our safety. Every walking path in this area that we saw was covered with obstacles, making travel very hazardous. Criterion 3. Any portion of the structure that is likely to experience partial collapse makes the structure dangerous. Since the fire on February 27, 2024, which charred many of the roof rafters, as you can see in this slide, rafters are charred, cracking, split, and the roof decking is charred with the structural integrity compromised and burnt through. Upon the discovery of the issues that you're seeing here, we evacuated that structure. Criterion 6, any structure allowed to exist in a condition that makes it dangerous for its use and occupation is a dangerous structure. This picture shows another image of the roof and the decking. Again, the charring. We're still on criterion 6 here, and this picture shows a view of the southeast corner of that property, which the fire went from a occupied RV onto the structure and then up the structure into the attic and to the roof area. Criterion 8, when a building represents a substantial risk of fire or an imminent threat to life and safety, a structure is dangerous. The roof on this structure is structurally unstable and could collapse at any time. Any building, criterion 10, any building that lacks required fire resistance rated construction or systems needed for occupancy is a dangerous structure. This structure has no electrical, which was removed post-fire. The gas service, the meter was actually pulled before the fire, and none of these systems have been reinstated at the residence. And can't really make it out very well on that particular picture, but behind this fifth wheel camper is another camper, which was, of course, the cause of the fire. A summary of the facts. The structure has been abandoned and unsafe, with 5 out of the 11 criteria making it a dangerous structure per Salina Municipal Code. Fire at the residence was on February 27th, 2024. Again, it started in the camper next to the residence, which the fire department believes was caused by an electric heater because people were living in it. Since the fire, I've had numerous conversations with the owners. Because they had no insurance and they just don't have the financial means for doing the repairs. The roof, the rafters, the decking severely charred, compromising that portion of the structure. Again, the required building systems are non-operational. To conclude, the building official has determined the structure at 254 North Penn Avenue is unsafe and dangerous. Based upon the preponderance of evidence presented this afternoon, we request the City Commission find by resolution that this structure is dangerous and direct the repair or removal of the structure and fix a reasonable time with which one of these must be commenced and diligently prosecuted. If you look in your packet for Resolution 24-8227, you will find our recommendations for reasonable times by which the owner should execute the required process steps. And these include, for repairs, permit application must be submitted no later than October 10th, 2024. Permit to be secured on or before November 10th, 2024. Repair work to commence no later than December 10th, 2024, and be diligently prosecuted until complete. For demolition, permit application must be submitted no later than September 11th, 2024. Permit secured no later than September 21st, 2024. And demolition work to commence no later than September 26th, 2024, and be diligently prosecuted until complete. The following alternatives for the commission consideration. Number 1, approve resolution number 24-8227, finding structures located at 254 North Penn Avenue to be dangerous and prescribe the manner in which they shall be repaired or removed. Number 2, approve resolution number 24-8227, finding structures located at 254 North Penn Avenue to be dangerous and prescribe the manner in which they shall be repaired or removed with amendments as determined by the commission. Number 3, continue the public hearing and postpone consideration of resolution 24-8227 to a specified date and time and direct staff regarding additional information or amendments the commission would like to request for its further consideration. Or number 4, decline the approval of resolution number 24-8227. Does the commission have any questions for me or us?
Just one. Has this property been secured, or is it surrounded by a fence to keep children or anyone else who might be injured?
They
Yeah.
actually have their own fence
So it is
that is
already?
around the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Does anyone from the public have a comment?
Okay, I'm one of the owners there,
Could you,
and a few
ma'am,
things.
could you please just give your name and address first for
Okay,
just, it's,
Kim Kaufman, 116 South Chicago Street.
thank you.
Okay, now, some of that stuff is not true to my knowledge, because one is, we shouldn't have gas on anyways. We haven't had it since back in 18, because we have nothing with gas, it's all electric. So we shouldn't have to have a meter there for gas. They took it out when they found out that we didn't have none after we told them. We just put new heater, AC unit together in it, and electric stove. And then again, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to look over that way because it's scary. But the property that we are trying our best to get it cleaned up, there's 3 of us what own the property, and all 3 of us are disabled. My son gets out of jail, the one that started this mess, on the 5th of September, and I just asked if we could have 1 week after that, because he's got a bunch of stuff that he's going to get down out of the attic and that, of the garage, because we can't do it. And then we do have a possible buyer. He stayed in contact with Mr. Furback. So that's all I got to say. But I mean, we're trying our best to get it cleaned up and that. If we had it, today was not a good day for us when we tried to take it out to dump that, but we finally got a load out there. And then we took a deal of metal down there, so we're trying our best to clean that whole yard up and the structure. I go in there and I don't feel threatened by it. I don't hear no noise after that storm with that, 70 miles per hour wind. Nothing has changed in there. So, I mean, that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will mention that, you know, all the criteria that we list here is not, it's not subjective. It's based on, you know, basically quantifiables. And, you know, I understand that you may feel like, hey, that structure feels safe, but according to the letter of the law, it meets that criteria for being condemned. I was also going to ask, is there a way maybe one of your son's friends could pitch in and maybe help him out and get his
I'm going
belongings?
to put it out. Most of those friends, I don't want over to the house.
Understood.
Because they use drugs, and I am not one of the people.
I understand.
So, we're trying, though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could just clear up one, the issue with your son coming is to remove items from the house, not to initiate repairs to the house, correct?
No, he's not qualified for it. His is getting stuff down out of the attic, above the garage, so we can move that stuff out and put some of the stuff in the house, in the attic if we do choose to. But,
Right.
and he's gonna do a lot of the backyard stuff, because that backyard is a hazard to us, just to be able to get to the house, to kind of secure more stuff.
And the reason I was asking, I don't know if his being available in September would necessarily be an issue with the dates that were
Okay.
proposed, although the timeline for demolition is shorter than for repair. I don't know, I didn't memorize the
I think
dates.
demolition, September 11th is a date I remember seeing.
Okay, so those would be a little close then.
Yeah.
But that's just to get a contract for the
Right.
demo, it's not the actual
The actual demolition. yeah.
demolition.
What's the time did you tell me?
The actual cleanup of the property is a different violation, which Ms. Kaufman and I have had an extended conversation today, letting her know that a violation notice was going to be sent to her tomorrow, reference cleaning up the property. And then they will have a time frame for that portion. And
Okay, so I told you I'd figure it.
I know, I know. So I just wanted to get a little clarification.
Thank you.
John Blanchard, once again. I'd like to make a little correction. Just let you guys know, for about the last 3.5, maybe 4 years, during the summer, about every 2 to 3 weeks, probably usually closer to 2, I help do the lawn care on the neighbor's yard. And I will tell you this, if it weren't for the fact that there was steel siding on the neighboring house, it would have been burned down completely too, with a single mother with a child in the house. I don't know if you guys have any of you driven by there to see what it looks like? Okay, then you know. If you look at the aerial photography, there's at least 8 to 10 unoperable vehicles in the backyard. If you could pull up the past violations, it looked like there were 2 years of past violations on that thing. I can tell you that it's been a mess, and I know Ms. Kaufman, I don't think has lived there. I think it's been her son and friends, that kind of like a flop house almost. But that, are you able to pull up that past violations slide? Kind of breeze through it there real quick, and because I think part of the problem is that we tend to want to send notices out to people for weeds when we think they have tall weeds, and don't even get out of the car and look at it. But then in situations like this, where it was represented that Dr. Davis, you asked if there was a fence around this thing or if it's secured. It is not secured. It is not secured. There is not a fence around that whole thing. At least if two weeks ago there wasn't. And not a mention made of the damage it did to others. And I would just say this. Look at those dates on there. Was the city ever sent out, or the contractor for the city ever sent out to clean up those trash violations and the vehicles and so on? And my answer, I'll tell you what the answer is. It's no. No, we don't. And I will tell you this. Just because it's a neighborhood in North Salina, and people, and I feel for the lady. She didn't have the money to fix it up, but you know what? Her neighbors, because they wouldn't probably be able to fix it up either. It's a low-income neighborhood. But they don't have to live with that crap around them. This is a dangerous structure. I'll tell you what, I didn't know it was structurally unsound. And I would say this, my recommendation would be this. And, you know, my heart's as big as anyone else's, but this place is dangerous. Get a fence put up around it. Don't wait till December to make a determination that now you're going to have to demolish it. I think you need to bite the bullet on this thing. You need to get it taken care of, because we'll enforce people, and coming up later, we'll charge them $400 or $500 to mow their lawn. But when something's a blight on a neighborhood, we don't do anything about it. So I would ask you to do that, and I'd ask that you get more clarification on how that property is secured.
I'm one of the homeowners too.
Sir, I need you to give your name and address.
Johnny Copeland, 116 South Chicago.
Thank you.
And there's never been that many cars back there or anything. There's been 3 cars back there, and one's been moved tomorrow at 9 o'clock. They're coming in there to get the other one. The other vehicles are fixing to be moved. There is a chain link fence. It goes from the front of the house all the way down to the alleyway, and we got stuff up on the other side of the house there where nobody could get in. I had to go back there and fix the fence because I got tired of people breaking in there all the time, coming in there, staying in the camper there. I had to go back there. Every time I fix that fence back there, somebody breaks in the back gate. I don't know how many times I've fixed it, but I fixed it. I've been back there cleaning up the backyard. I got a pile back there. I'm going back there tomorrow, taking a load out just like I did today. I would have took out more load, but had a flat tire, and that took a little time. But I got some of the front yard cleaned up. I've been working on the pathway through there, but there's never been 4 or 5 or 10 cars there before. It's only been 3. And I don't know what this guy knows, and there ain't nobody that lived next door that had any baby or child, and her house was in no danger. Did burn a little siding, but the fire department, and there was a guy there with a water hose before the fire department got there, spraying everything down. But that's all I got to say.
Understood.
And I've been working on it I go, hey, I'm 64 years old, and I'm over there doing the best I can. If I had other people helping me, it'd be all right. But all it's ever come over there with a bunch of crackheads, and I run them off, because I don't need that crud. I spent 9 years in the military, and I don't need that crud. I'm tired of all the people coming over there, stealing stuff from us and stuff. I'd run them off. A few days later, they'd be back in the middle of the night. People coming in our house 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd have to get up in the middle of the night and run them out of there. I go, I'm not a violent person, but I could have been. But no, we don't need that. I go, there were just 3 of us there. I go, we're both disabled. All 3 of us is disabled, and we're doing the best we can. I go, we're not rich or anything like that, but we're working on it. That's all I got to say, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment.
Ben Winhole, Salina. There's rules and regulations that everybody goes by, including the state set up and everything else, but the city of Salina doesn't seem to have any teeth for any of these regulations that they can bite into, because there was and I don't know the full story behind it. Maybe Mr. Furbeck can give me an insight on it, but there is a property at 500, in the 500 block of South Santa Fe, that was scheduled to be demolished over a year ago and is still standing. So, you threaten people with things that to go by the law, but then nothing gets done with these properties as far as taking them down. So I don't know what else to say except what's good for one needs to be good for the other. So if this property on Santa Fe isn't down, why should theirs?
Thanks for your comment. I think it is worth noting, there's a thing called private property rights, and we have to be very cognizant of that when we do these kind of enforcement actions. And I understand that there might be a structure that's a blight to a neighborhood for longer than people would like, but again, private property owners have rights. So it takes a while. If there's no more public comment, I will open it up to the commission.
I guess we will ask about the fencing around the property, if you could verify that it is secure, and if can you wait till you get to the microphone so everybody can hear?
There is a chain link fence around the property.
And are the doors and everything locked or barricaded so there's not?
The front door is the only one I can see. And it's got a padlock on it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We'll close the public hearing. I'll open it back up to the commission.
And I believe that property at 500 South Santa Fe is currently being demolished. Is that the one? Is that 500?
It's not 500, it's
in the 600 block, isn't it?
645?
Yeah.
It's 619 South Santa Fe, and
Yeah.
they are tearing it down as we
Yeah.
speak.
And sometimes some of that, we have dates, but it's getting a contractor to do it also that delays that. And I think on this one, didn't we have to have some asbestos study and some things like that before
So,
we could actually?
yes, you made the declaration, the contract was let, and notice to proceed was given. There is an asbestos assessment, and until we had asbestos results, the contractor couldn't proceed.
So, things are sometimes not quite as easy as they appear on the outside, so.
Right.
We have a motion.
Yeah, I think in light of the fact this property certainly meets our criteria for a dangerous structure, and there does not appear to be a likelihood of it being repaired, I think it'd be prudent to move forward and approve Resolution 24-8227, finding the And this is plural structures, I just realized that. Does that include the campers? Is that
The
plural,
accessory
or-
structures, I
Accessory
believe.
stru-
So
okay, thank you.
one of the issues is the garage.
okay.
It is part of, I believe it's part of this declaration.
Yes.
Okay.
The detached garage.
All right, so that should be plural then. All right. Finding structures located at 254 North Penn Avenue to be dangerous and prescribing the manner in which they shall be repaired or removed.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Resolution number 24-82227, declaring 254 North Penn and structures, accessory structures, to be dangerous and ordering it repaired or removed and establishing a reasonable time frame in which to do so. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. On to the consent agenda.
All right. Item 4.1 is to approve the minutes of the meeting of July 22nd, 2024. Item 4.2 is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with South Central Ceiling LLC of Wichita, Kansas for 2024 minor concrete curb and gutter repair. Item 4.3 is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Ponton Construction of Salina, Kansas for 2024 brick streets repair. Item 4.4 is to approve resolution number 24-8223, appointing members to citizen boards, commissions, and committees. Item 4.5 is to authorize the city manager to prepare and submit a grant application to Salina Regional Health Foundation to assist with purchasing a lead-based paint XRF analyzer to be used as part of the city's neighborhood repair and rehabilitation program. Item 4.6 is to approve resolution number 24-8229, approving a conditional assignment of a redevelopment agreement between Cedarhurst of Salina Real Estate LLC, the assigner, and Capital Federal Savings Bank, the lender. Item 4.7 is to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Feld Fire to purchase 85 bailout systems in the amount of $59,986.85. And item 4.8 is to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Feld Fire to purchase 8 Scott SCBA air packs in the amount of $70,742.08.
Thank you. Any item from the consent agenda that any commissioner would like to remove?
Item 4.5, just for a quick question.
All right. You said 4.5?
4.5.
Okay. And do you have any questions for Ms. Martin, or is it directly to staff?
Probably the staff, actually.
Okay.
If our grant request was approved, we would purchase the lead analyzer, it looks like January of 2025. Two questions. One was if we needed it now, or is it not having it holding up progress on any current work? But I realized, okay, well, September we find out, January is not that far away. For some reason I thought it was more months than it is. But the other question would be, if our grant request was not approved, is this something that we feel we need to buy anyway? I mean, or if it's not approved, is our next plan to find money from someplace else to buy it?
Right, and I understand that you speculated that staff might be able to answer the question. I'll do my best, but I think I will need to call on Ms. Martin. So in the past, we've had other agencies and other resources that we relied on. And so in answer to your question, if it's not funded, what might we do? We might try to take another look at other agencies or hire that type of work done from a firm out of Wichita or somewhere else, at expense and at time delay. In terms of the time-sensitive nature of ongoing projects, I would have to kind of ask Ms. Martin to speak to that.
Yes, if I could, just a second. It's not delaying us at this time, but we're anticipating doing the CDBG grant again, and it is for that grant, which we anticipate to have before you very soon. And by the time that realistically goes into effect, it would be January. So that's when it really needs to be by. So that's why we had that timeline that we did. Right. But it's not delaying us currently under Federal Home Loan Bank progress.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? So I'll accept a motion for the approval of the consent agenda.
Comments from the public?
Oh, thank you. And also, any comments from the public regarding the consent agenda? All right, back to the commission.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
All right, have a motion and a second for approval of consent agenda items 4.1 through 4.8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And on to administration.
Item 5.1, approve ordinance number 24-11211, levying special assessments against certain properties for the costs of unpaid nuisance abatements.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. Throughout the year, notices are sent to property owners regarding maintenance and property violations that are found through code enforcement. There's a step process that this goes through. The first thing that happens is either a complaint or something, or an investigator or code enforcement officer sees a problem. They do their investigation. A notice is sent to the property owner telling them what the violation is and giving them opportunities to fix the violation. The officer waits until the time period is passed. They're given a deadline to do that. For example, mowing, if they're given a certain amount of time to do that. The code enforcement officer waits and then determines if they've done the necessary actions to pass the code enforcement issue. If the violation still exists, then the code enforcement officer proceeds to order abatement on that property. Once the abatement and the contractor completes, then the city gets an invoice for that. The city sends the property owner an invoice for that to cover the costs, and lets them know that they have 30 days to make that payment. If those payments aren't made for those abatements, then the statute allows us to put a special assessment onto the property. Those are due to this county by August 25th. So we have collected those since we assessed them last year at this time. Their total amount that has been billed for this time period was a little over $88,000, which was 271 violations across 225 unique properties. Of that, a little over $29,800 has been paid, which is about 33%. In this ordinance, we have listed the other properties, 155 violations across 123 unique properties that have not been paid. So those will be levied as special assessments against the property. Action item for the City Commission is to approve the ordinance levying these special assessments, postpone consideration and giving staff direction for additional information or amendments to the ordinance, or vote to deny, which would basically leave the cost being left on the city's plates to pay for the responsibility of these assessments. I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pack. Any questions for Ms. Pack? Any public comment regarding this item? I'll bring it back to the commission.
Vice Mayor Linkwitz, I move. Sorry about that. Vice Mayor Linkwitz, I move we approve ordinance number 24-11211, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement of nuisances.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 24-11211, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay cost of abatement of nuisances. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Linkwitz?
Aye. On to 5.2.
Item 5.2, authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with HDR Engineering, Inc. for the Smoky Hill River Renewal Phase 1 final design for the old Smoky Hill River Bridge replacement.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. I'll try to move through this a little quickly because we do have a lot of items today. I attached two staff reports. One dates back to April of 2017, and it's for the original Smoky Hill River Renewal project and the 30% preliminary design, which we're using for a portion of this project. That work was completed in December of 2019. The other was back in April of 2024, and that was the agreement for the fiscal year 2022 raise grant for the old Smoky Hill Bridge replacement. The major elements included in the raise grant are 7 bridges, 2 pedestrian undercrossings under North Ohio and South Ohio, 3.5 miles of bike trails and pedestrian trails, river channel maintenance facility and 5 boat ramps, the boardwalk area at 4th Street and Iron, and some work at 4th Street. The plaza is not a part of the project at this time, and a levy outlet. Total cost is roughly $33.8 million. The schedule for the raise grant project is to have the preliminary design completed by April of 2026, and to have the project construction to a point that it can be used for traffic by November 1st of 2030. And as far as budget, to have the dollars expended by June 30th of 2031. As a requirement of the raise grant agreement and the Code of Federal Regulations, when you negotiate an engineering service agreement, there's a requirement for an independent cost estimate and based on the scope of work. And that serves as a basis for when we negotiate the contract with the consultant. And that cost virtually has to be determined to be fair and a reasonable cost. In this case, Mr. Kowach prepared that cost estimate from Public Works. In your packet, there was 2 pages that defined his credentials, but with his 30 years at KDOT, he was involved in many estimating projects similar to this. So the independent cost estimate was based on his experience and 6 somewhat unique projects that were very similar. Mr. Kowach's engineering estimates range from $4.8 million to $5.2 million. The labor costs and the fixed fee remained the same. The only change in the cost was whether the reimbursables were 5%, 10%, or 15%. The cost engineering fees range from $4.8 million to $5.2 million. The attached agreement that was in your packet is our standard agreement, and it includes the terms and conditions, the basis of payment, insurance, and there's a separate Appendix E that covers the Department of Transportation grant requirements. The basis of payment was based on a cost plus a fixed fee. In this case, it's a little different than you've seen on some of the other projects. It's the actual direct labor plus a federal acquisition rate, or basically an audited overhead rate. And then those two combined plus a 10% fixed fee or profit calculated, and then the reimbursable expenses, which in this case were, there's no 10% fee or markup added to those. And HDR's audited overhead rate is 1.5794, and that rate is calculated each year, and it is in accordance with the federal cost principles and the Code of Federal Regulations. I included some information that defines what the costs were for each task in the agreement. And in general, the actual labor rate for this project is roughly $1.5 million. And with the calculated overhead, $3.8 million, and the fixed fee is roughly $380,000. Expenses were $415,000. The total is $4,580,253. And that is an amount that cannot be exceeded without a supplemental agreement or approval by the City Commission. And just as a side note, that equals about 23,000 hours of labor from the consulting firm. The ICE, or the independent cost estimate prepared by Mr. Koach, as we mentioned, range from 4.8 to 5.2 million. That information has been provided to the Federal Highway Administration. They've reviewed that and did not see any issues with the independent cost estimate. That information is then transferred to headquarters, and there may be some other documentation they may ask for, but to date, we know the documents they want. Once that's approved, then we will get a notice to proceed with this project. Under the fiscal note, I looked at the cost a little bit differently just because I was interested in what's the total project cost for this project and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer project, and that's roughly $68.8 million. And the federal share is 35.8, leaving roughly 33 million for the city and Friends of the River. And the Friends of the River share, or what they proposed, is around 4 million. Ms. Pack talked earlier about some means to fund the overrun for the project of $12 million, range from the general fund balance to the utility fund for a retaining wall, some funds from the street department, ARPA dollars, and then potentially bonds supported by property tax. The engineering fee that we used back in April was roughly $4,553,000. In the actual number from HDR in the agreement, it's roughly $26,000 above that, and that amount is covered in the $12 million of additional funding that was covered in the costs we just spoke of. And as we mentioned before, the dollars from the federal share does not increase. It stays at the same amount. Staff has identified 3 options. Option 1 is to approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement with HDR for the Smoky Hill River Renewal Phase 1 final design in the amount of $4,580,253, pending the notice to proceed from the Federal Highway Administration. Second would be approve the motion to execute the agreement with amendments. Third option is do not sign the agreement, and that could lead to not meeting the raise grant timeline because we're getting scrunched on our design period. Staff recommends option 1. Today, Jim Koach, he was in the back, he hasn't left yet, so he would be available to answer any questions about the independent cost estimate. Jim can attest it was truly independent because I didn't provide him anything other than a scope, and he did a wonderful job of putting together a very detailed cost estimate. Eric Dove is a project manager with HDR, and Jessica Adams Weber is the vice president with HDR. And I would like to hope that the 4 of us could answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Taster. Just one step closer. It's exciting.
It's a big weight to get off your shoulders to get to this point.
Members of the commission have any questions for anyone?
Nope. I do. Again, the numbers are large, and I know we've discussed in the budgeting process of moving $5 million over, and I still believe we need to continue annually to set dollars aside in case there is a shortfall, which it appears there may be, that we're better situated to handle that. So as we continue to budget in the next few years, we need to continue to do that. So,
Just a follow-up question. We have those funds segregated into a separate account, correct?
Yeah, part of your action is to set aside those funds. And then the other thing that I would note is, you may recall when we spoke about this last, we had to factor in, I want to make sure I get this right, I believe it was the Department of the Corps of Engineers and their kind of inflation factor. And so there were some pretty aggressive assumptions about inflation that caused the conversation about this broader
So,
budgeting.
U.S. Department of Transportation.
I had two
inflation.
choices and I got it wrong,
Yeah,
so.
50/50. And their rate was 4.5% per year, and we use that on the construction and the engineering fee that was originally included in the grant back in 2022.
Because I can't remember, it's in this packet, it was in our study session, we have that special sales tax, and that goes into a special fund, and the $5 million we're gonna transfer goes into that fund also, so that at any time in history, we can look at that and know exactly what we have for a balance.
That is a discussion Debbie and I have had, because I like to know the number I'm working with.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any members of the public like to comment on this item?
Okay, here we go. Ben Winholtz of Salina. You heard Martha's numbers. You heard the scope of work that needs to be done. How you can ever come up with $68.8 million to do this whole project, I have no idea. Because we spent almost $1 million for a half a mile of sidewalk around YMCA. So 68 sidewalks alone will take up your 68 million, and you're doing 3.5 miles of sidewalks all the way around. The original study that they had on this that came out with all the bells and whistles was around 95 million. I guarantee you that 95 million, with the cost of everything and the cost of everything going up and all the things that you need, the Corps of Engineers, all the money you can use is for dredging the river. Can't use it for anything else. The money that you got for the grant for the bridges can't be used for anything else. That the city's going to have to come up with a lot of money. A lot of money. I'm going to almost put a guesstimate to it that hopefully years from now, everybody can say, well, Ben was wrong. But I have a feeling this project's going to be well over $100 million. And where the taxpayers are going to come up with this money, I have no idea. So hopefully I'm proved wrong, but as it goes along, putting $5 million a year from the general fund, another $3 million a year from the sales tax, you're going to put $8 million a year in that's non-touch money just for the river project. Wow. I'm sure glad that we taxpayers are really rich in this town to be able to give up that kind of tax money.
John Blanchard, Salina. I kind of want to echo some of what Ben said. I think to count on this project not going over budget is so unlikely, based not only with inflation. The inflation isn't just going to affect the cost of materials, but it's going to, in labor. We're going to have increased costs in land acquisitions, right-of-ways, easements, relocation fees, assuming that if we're doing this adjacent to the river, we're probably going to have some of those things. It's likely that we're going to have some of those things. I agree with you, Commissioner Hoppick. I think you ought to look at appropriating something out of each year so you don't have sticker shock when you get to the end of this thing. I think you agree with Ben and I that, yeah, this thing's going to go over budget. Again, I'll say, look at Manhattan. Look at the project. I mean, some of you guys are pretty in tune with what's going on over in Manhattan. And their levy project, like I said, their agreement in 2019 with the Corps of Engineers was $25 million. They're finishing up phase one of that right now, and it's already at $46 million. They're going in and looking at it. Manhattan's share initially was $10 million. Now it's $16 million. So when the cost goes up, the 65-35, our 35% goes up as well as the federal government's 65. So we opted away from the cap on that thing and went with the GI. So this budget can get out of hand, and it can get out of hand pretty quick. I don't like the funding sources, the way we look at going at raising property taxes, raising some of those things. This is just a question because I don't I haven't researched this at all, but speaking of Manhattan, a lot of their funding came from a storm drainage fee that was levied on homeowners and business, property owners. I don't know if that's part of the funding of this thing, if it's ever been discussed as part of that. It never was, as far as I can recall. But I'd look at maybe other ways that we might be able to fund the overages versus property taxes and raising water fees. Thanks.
Any other public comment? I'll bring it back to the commission.
Commissioners, if I could just clarify a couple of items. What we propose to you in funding is not an annual allocation of any of those funding sources, nor is it a property tax increase. It does talk about debt supported by property tax, but as you know, we've been having conversations about our debt capacity and trying to manage, as debt rolls off, our debt capacity at our current mill rate. So, not saying that we won't continue to have these conversations and react to changes in the market, but I just want to be clear, the current funding that you've talked about previously and that is included here is not $8 million a year set aside, nor is it a property tax increase.
Thank you.
And, well, we're not talking about that specific financing right now. If there's ever an ultimate project that everyone in this city is going to benefit from free of charge, and that might be a realistic project for property tax to support, it's this. I mean, the poorest person in town would be able to go down and use that 7 Mile Park free of charge. So when you look 30 years down the road, where's the city going to be with that, as opposed to looking at what we could have had? Because that's not going to be the worst of all outcomes. And, we're going to have to decide, we're going to go for it, not be afraid. Some of us in here are in danger of not being able to make it to the commemoration ceremony if it goes much beyond 2030. But, our kids and our grandkids will be using this thing for years, and it will be a significant attraction, an enhancement to keeping our population here, let alone attracting new folks.
Any other comments? Just to echo Commissioner Davis, I've said it before in the past that some of these items become it's hard to quantify their value in the sense of, we've already had the meetings in the past where we've voiced our concerns about the expenditures and the numbers that are in front of us, and I was one of those people. But to me, I feel like we're taking that step forward, and it's a multi-generational kind of a legacy project where it's going to, the way this goes down, it'll hopefully improve the quality of life for everybody in town, and again, that'll transcend socioeconomic boundaries. And I'm still in favor of it, and I will open it up to the commission for a motion.
Well, and this is a project that started way before many of us on this commission were sitting up here, so we're just carrying that ball on, and there'll be another set of commissioners up here someday will be doing the same thing. I think what we're trying to do as commissioners is do the best we can to try to fund the project, to not put the burden on property tax. This is a property that's been vetted by the public. This wasn't my idea or one of these commissioners' ideas. So we're trying to continue, and I know Ms. Tasker's working with HDR and trying to do the best we can to keep those costs down. So we'll do everything we can, but there's always that potential that we will be over budget, and that's why we are setting some funding aside. So with that being said, I move that we approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with HDR Engineering for the Smoky Hill River Renewal Phase 1 final design for the fiscal year 22 raise grant agreement in the amount not to exceed $4,580,253 pending the notice to proceed from the Federal Highway Administration.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with HDR Engineering Incorporated for Smoky Hill River Renewal, Phase 1, final design for year 2022. Scratch that. Phase 1, final design grant agreement, the amount of not to exceed $4,580,253 pending the notice to proceed from the Federal Highway Administration.
Good.
Oh, we've already
We already made a motion.
seconded.
Yeah.
So all those in favor?
Say
Say
aye.
aye. Aye.
We didn't want to say it until you said it.
No, you're fine. I'm rusty. It's been 2.5 years since I've chaired a meeting, and I apologize to everyone in the room for I'm still dusting off the cobwebs. So that's 4 in favor. On to the next item.
Item 5.3, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with George Butler Associates Incorporated for design engineering services for improvements to Jerry Ivey Memorial Park.
Vice Mayor Linkowitz, City Commission. My name is Jeff Hammond. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. To propose to you a start to an important initiative for our community relating to Jerry Ivey Memorial Park. As many of you know, the Salina Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which was adopted in July of 2018, outlined many items of deferred maintenance in many of our parks, including Jerry Ivey Memorial Park. Improvements called out at Jerry Ivey Memorial Park included the pond, has sidewalk improvements, park connectivity, and landscaping. Unfortunately, the pond that we formerly had posed significant challenges over the years, including persistent blue-green algae, stagnant water, sediment buildup, leading to an unhealthy ecosystem and overall imbalance. In June of 2022, we engaged McClure Engineering to conduct a thorough analysis of the pond. Their findings revealed several critical deficiencies, including the shallow nature of the pond as designed, a deficit of water runoff from an inadequate watershed, sediment accumulation which resulted in that depth being shallower, which allowed sunlight to easily reach the bottom of the pond, promoting algae growth and a higher than desired water temperature. Considering those issues at the time in June of 2022, the probable costs to restore and maintain that pond to get it back to a healthy ecosystem were approximately $897,000. And with that, city staff in March of 2023, work began to demolish the pond, and the demolition of the pond was completed in September 2023. This included filling the pond with soil, removing obsolete structures, and restoration to a grass field. With the demolition complete, our focus shifted to revitalizing the park on that south end. On October 16th of 2023, a study session was discussed with the City Commission, discussing many things, but one of the items was objectives of a new water feature and improvements to Jerry Ivey Park, which included updating the Jerry Ivey Memorial, renovating or upgrading the current splash pad, introducing destination lighting and an updated gazebo, incorporating interactive and natural water components from that water feature, enhancing landscaping, including a new stream feature, improving pedestrian connectivity, and complementing the existing trail system. I'd like to point out that the conversations at that time in October of 2023 that staff were having, and conversations with the City Commission as well regarding the scope, those were done in 2023. And this was including that updated memorial for Jerry Ivey, Police Officer Jerry Ivey. This was before Commissioner Ivey was on the commission. I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out. Based on that study session feedback from the commissioners, there was support for pursuing a water feature alternative to the current pond, or the pond that was there at the time. In January 2024, we requested qualifications for design engineering services for those improvements. 5 firms responded, and after thorough evaluation following the City of Salina professional services guidelines, George Butler Associates emerged as the top candidate. They're from Lenexa, Kansas, and they scored the highest in the total evaluation criteria for evaluating those requests for qualifications. George Butler Associates provided a comprehensive proposal to the request for qualifications, which is in your packet. Additionally, in your packet, there is a conceptual design that we requested for this meeting from George Butler Associates for those park improvements at Jerry Ivey Memorial Park. The conceptual design includes a new splash pad in a new location in the park, an adjacent water feature, which may share some of the back of the house space, some of the infrastructure with the splash pad, so it's in the similar area. An updated Jerry Ivey Memorial to the fallen police officer. Creek channel improvements, landscaping updates, and site circulation enhancements. City staff and George Butler Associates are acutely aware of the high desire and interest from the community to have a splash pad or water playground at Jerry Ivey Memorial Park. This amenity will be our primary focus of the proposed design and engineering improvement project, and there's a timeline associated with that in the draft of agreement that is in your packet. The timeline is an exhibit to the draft of agreement. The goal is to have the splash pad operational by May 1st of 2025 to coincide with the normal season in which we operate city splash pads. The estimated rough total project cost is $980,000 for the conceptual design. The design and engineering services are proposed to cost $109,000, which is approximately 9% of the rough estimate. As we move along through the proposed design and engineering process, George Butler Associates has indicated to city staff that they're more than willing to design to a budget. The design and engineering project will be funded from the $650,000 allocation from the 2024 sub-CIP capital budget for Jerry Ivey Park improvements. The future construction project would be proposed to be funded from the remainder of the 2024 sub-CIP funding, and the excess remaining project expenses would be proposed to be funded from the balance of the park maintenance fund. And when that time comes, we will come before you for those approvals. Staff has identified the following options for your consideration. Approve the selection of George Butler Associates and authorize the city manager to execute the design and engineering services agreement with George Butler Associates Incorporated in the form as presented, subject to final review and approval by the city manager in consultation with legal counsel for the project for an amount not to exceed $109,000 upon fulfillment of the prerequisites under the contract documents. That was option number 1. And option number 2 is similar to option 1, but with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate. And option 3 is to postpone consideration of the design engineering agreement with George Butler Associates to a specified date and time, and provides to any staff with any direction. And for option 4 will be do not approve the design engineering services agreement. And staff recommends option number 1. And I can be available for any questions that you might have. I haven't confirmed yet, but there is a member of George Butler Associates available through virtual, through the Zoom. And they're available, and I'm available if you have any questions for us.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Any questions?
Nope.
I probably have comments more than I have questions. We've discussed this before. As you may be aware or remember, I'm not 100% for the additional water feature one. We're spending 60-some million on a water feature that's a river project, so I am 100% for the splash pad. I think that was missed this summer. I was a little disappointed that we weren't able to get that up and running, because that's able to be used by the public free of charge. I'm concerned tying these together, we won't hit that May date. Is there a way that there can be a daily penalty if we're not up and running by May 1, if this is done together?
I think I'd have to discuss that internally with staff, but
'Cause
for the design and engineering portion.
The timeline looks tight. I am afraid that we'll be looking at June or July and still not have the splash pad up. So that's a concern of mine.
It's one of mine as well. I mean, I love the idea of it being done by May, but it's construction, and it never seems to go on time.
Commissioners, if I may, we do have Mr. Schessler on the line from George Butler. I know he's aware of the sense of urgency and the timeline. We've had conversations about that is aggressive, but how they might meet that. So if I could, I'd like to refer the question of the timeline as well as scoping or breaking apart the scope so that we could meet the spray ground timeline.
And I guess the other thing is, what is our budget? I have a concern about that, again, escalating. Last time we did a survey and people came back and they were a lot more costly than I anticipated, and we had even told the people we didn't want that kind of cost. So I think, like you said, we need to if we're going to do this, and again, I'm not 100% for it, we need to have a budget, and it has to come within that.
Understood, and I think one of the difficulties we've been having as staff is kind of syncing a vision with a cost, both in terms of what does something along these lines cost as we look at different pictures, and then as we vision what we would like, what might that cost, which that's been an active conversation we've had as well, so much so that we did a visioning exercise just to kind of dial that in a little bit more at the staff and designer level of features and scope and what that might cost. So
and do we get a quality product for the budget we want? I'd rather not have a project than have one that we're not satisfied with if we set that budget.
Understood. So I'm up to 3 hard questions for the designer at this point.
Mr. Schuster, you have the floor, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name's Jim Schuster. I'm a landscape architect. I've been part of this initiative for many years. I was on the McClure team, not the project manager for that. So thankful for the opportunity to continue to serve community of Salina. The nice thing about what you're trying to do is build it all with fountains and sprays and not vertical play features that have the longest lead time. We could have product that could be 3 months lead time, and that's what our biggest concern, but that would be like the controllers and stuff like that. A lot of the other things can be built and delivered within 8 weeks. So mindful of what product we can actually have available to us is going to be very critical to this. But again, I think that a lot of the right decisions have been made, that these are all sprays and features that are coming either out of rock or boulders or whatever, or the concrete surface, as opposed to having to purchase play equipment. Same thing with the water wall is necessary, and feature and memorials and stuff like that. We are using stainless steel troughs that allow the water to flow evenly across the rock boulders. Mindful that it's open in May 1, knowing that we could have stuff that requires 3-month lead time at the maximum. That means that we are having to have design done, as shown, I think, in your packet by November, and that really a notice to proceed by the contractor of around January 1st. So we as design team are dedicated to meeting your schedule. It does require timely staff reviews, the survey being completed, which has already been going to be ordered this week. And so we as a team of Salina staff, as well as our staff, are committed to getting the reviews and the designs and the concepts. By having an initial idea of where everything's going, and elevations definitely also allows us to hit the ground running. And as Jeff said, we will be designed to your budget. Related, so that I'm trying to answer, and if I can do more, I will. But again, we understand your schedule, we understand your budget, we understand about where it's going. We've mobilized quickly, and as long as we can move through the staff reviews on a timely manner, we'll be able to get this thing still bid this year, because it's both important to us and you. Help me out, Mike. What was the other questions?
Just the details of the budget in terms of features that you can get and the cost related to them, and if we were to try to value engineer, how we might do that.
Well, as well as I think the question was, do we package this separately? Definitely the memorial is kind of a standalone idea, since it's disconnected from to create a separation from noise and terrain and stuff like that. Though that could be, but again, we could accelerate that design as well to bid. The more we can bid at the same time, the bigger the package that gives the contractor, the more incentive and the more excitement that we can draw on contractors. So it's still our belief that we want to do all the work and within one bid package, so that we can draw as big of a contractor to get them excited as possible. So again, I think that we would like to design it all at one time, where we would be showing pretty much preliminary design within a month, and getting that back in front of City Council to kind of receive their blessing before moving forward to finalizing the construction drawing package.
So how much of an opportunity is there for City Commission at that point to see the design and provide feedback about scale relative to budget?
So that's exactly it. So in about 30 days, we'll provide you a design that we as a city work together on, that we believe is on budget and is doable from a schedule perspective in terms of product and stuff like that. And then again, at that next city council meeting, let's call it in 30 days, we can understand what the cost is, how exciting the idea is, and then pivot if need be. Our contract is written as in stages and phases, and so as always, if we need to step back, you're only liable to the stage that we're at, assuming the work was done.
Question, as far as timelines are concerned and deadlines, if the water feature was running slower, would that have any impact on the splash pad being completed on time?
Say that again. If one of the construction elements is we could have a contractor do a two-phase. We'd still bid it one, but we want substantial completion of the splash pad, say May 1, and the substantial completion of the water feature June 1. We can stage and step those, so that sets a priority.
I'm getting
contractor.
the impression that it's more important for the splash pad to be ready on time
Correct.
than, certainly more, I mean, we don't really have a hard time deadline for the water feature.
What we're planning on doing is isolating and have two different water bodies because of chlorination that is required for the spray ground and UV. It can be built separately. We are going to make it look like the water is actually the same body of water. And I'd hate to be playing next to a construction site, so that takes a little bit of effort and dollars to separate the two, with one being done and the other one under construction, but those are all things we can talk about.
Any other questions?
I
Thank you.
guess I have one question that's out of ignorance. Don't go to splash pads often. Where is the current splash pad near where the pond used to be?
It's on the north end.
That's what I
Just to the
thought.
north.
Okay,
Equipment.
so this would be bringing two things that used to be separated closer together then? Okay.
Yeah, Jeff, you might speak to kind of the vision, the view sheds, the thinking that got us to this site plan,
Yeah,
please.
the conceptual drawing brought us, as you're looking at Jerry Ivey Park from Ohio, or from the entrance off of Edward Street, and the views that you get to that southern edge of Jerry Ivey Park, and putting some infrastructure improvements down there relating to the water feature, relating to the splash pad, and that view from when my imagination goes to driving by at night and seeing destination lighting relating to the memorial or to the water feature, and additionally moving the splash pad to the south end of Jerry Ivey Park would also allow us to consider a more of a destination, larger playground on the north end, where we have two separate units of playgrounds now. We can condense it to one much larger playground unit around the area where the current splash pad is at, which is just north of that pond, where the pond was.
And we also talked about the community lawn and gazebo element and
Thank
the
you.
current pond.
And then where the pond was, we really like it as flat recreational field space, whether it could be a pickup game of football or a rentable space, not a rentable space, where you can rent equipment at the park and use and play lawn darts, or, well, lawn darts is not a very good example, I would say. Cornhole.
Croquet, bocce ball.
Right.
Or there's companies out there. City of Wichita just entered into some agreements with a company that rents out that type of equipment, offers cabinets. It's self-service, and you can bring out equipment into that recreational green, if you will, bocce ball. So there's some options with that large green space.
And then it could also be a wedding venue that supports the gazebo, or a seating area that supports the gazebo.
Thank you, Mike. Yes.
So, it's definitely an exciting idea and makes that space a lot more dynamic and versatile. Any more questions for Mr. Schuessler?
Yeah, not to go on, but this is just a more open-ended, more difficult process than designing a street improvement from point A to point B. Not to make light of the engineering that goes into street work, but this is more visionary and is a little bit more dynamic, and that's been part of our struggle, is budget, vision, synchronizing those costs. But I think as Mr. Schuessler described it, we can be back to you in 30 days with a vision and a cost, and then have some refinements to the budget or to the scope accordingly.
And I'm obviously voiced my concerns about, having that splash pad open in May. But the thought occurred to me, and I apply this with my business, where I look at a finished project and I don't think about, 5 years down the road, I don't think about when it was done. Like, hey, that was done 2 weeks early, or that was done on time. It's how does it look now? And I would hate to, in retrospect, look back at that project and go, well, we didn't give it another, 2-4 weeks or whatever, and maybe end up with a product that we're not quite as proud of. Just offering that perspective.
I think when it comes down to it, it's not going to be the end of the world if it's done in June, not giving them permission to necessarily take longer, but I wouldn't necessarily see that as being a deal breaker to me. I mean, they're going to try as best they can. As far as the budget, when I paid attention to this a lot, you're right, I was not on the commission at the time, but I paid a lot of attention. I came to meetings when this was going on, and when they took the pond out, which was the main feature of the park, what I consider one of our top 3, as far as scale of the parks, it's Premier Park. Took the pond out, basically left us with a gazebo sitting down there in the middle of nowhere and some playground equipment. So it's kind of lost its luster as a premier park. So at the time it was mentioned budget-wise, $650,000 was the number kind of thrown around, which is kind of where we're at until you add in the splash pad. If we were to replace that splash pad separately, I feel like it would be close to that, if not more. I know when they were building these things 20-some years ago, when I was on the Parks and Rec committee, that seems like that's what the number was back then. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but so even though we're melding it into one project, I still see it as two things. That's why I would be okay with the budget going up to that higher number.
Point taken. Any more discussion? Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Thank you, Mr. Schuessler. I'll open it to public comment.
Ben Winhole, Salina. Vice Mayor Linkowitz, you hit the nail on the head when you said that when you fast track a project, sometimes you don't get the good product. A prime example is Kenwood Cove. That was earmarked to be done by Memorial Day of the year that it was built, and it was fast-tracked through the winter. And a lot of you probably don't know this, but there were major issues with that had to be corrected. There still is major issues that have to be corrected. So when you start fast-tracking something like this, this is what you end up with, and you have to spend a whole lot of money later down the road to make it right and keep it going. So if this thing the splash pad doesn't get to open up till June or July, so be it. It's been closed for this long. And I'm with Commissioner Hoppick. We don't need another water feature over there in the park, even though we've had one. Like I said, we've got a $100 million water feature that we're going to have down the road.
Rosemary Mice, Salina, Kansas. I agree also with Commissioner Hoppick that the splash pad is a necessity for the children to use, but I don't think we need another water feature. We covered up one. Why do we want another one? Thank you.
John Blanchard, real quick, I agree with the last 2 speakers and with Commissioner Hoppick that let's do a really nice destination splash pad, and let's figure out something else for that park. That's a good chunk of land that we can do that on. And then I'm just going to back up when I stood up for the river project. I just failed to mention that although I'm concerned about cost overages, I am supportive of that river project, and I think that you guys have done some good work on that. Try to get it going. Just wanted to offer some suggestions, but also kudos to Friends of the River. I think they've done a really good job on that too. Thanks.
Thanks. I'll bring it back to the commission.
there are people in this city who like to read books, sit by water, take pictures with their family, have family reunions, do things that you just need a quiet, serene place. You know, Jerry Ivey Park is a memorial, first of all, or at least that part of the park is. And it's not just a water feature, it's a place, you know, for reflection. Who knows how many folks have had, you know, prom pictures, I'm sure wedding pictures taken in the gazebo. But you know, the money we're putting into Jerry Ivey Park, I hope at one point we're going to put into Sunset. Each area of town should have its own special park. People like places they can walk to from the houses or have a short drive. I won't say that we are flush with cash, but it's not the Dust Bowl there either. I mean, you know, there's something to be said for building our cultural cachet, so to speak. These are the things that separate Salina from other cities. If we can do it much less expensively, great. You know, I've heard about the discussions that were had when the formerly named Bio-Center was built, the cost and the mall, but you know, you couldn't imagine our city without, you know, well, it's now TPEC sitting there now. You know, with amount of money we're spending now is going to be a lot more valuable down the road. I don't know how you put a total monetary value on a park that has a spiritual value to it. But certainly within, I guess, 28 days rather than 30 days, considering our meeting schedule, we'd have a better idea of what we'd be getting for the funds. But wouldn't want to have a just total negative approach towards something that's been a part of this community for a very, very long time. But it's more than just a water feature. I mean, we could do it with just rocks and cactus, and it'd still be a beautiful feature, but you know, it's got a meaning other than just a place to go look at water. I mean, yeah, do that at the river. This is a different type of feature.
I agree. I think the river is more of a recreational aspect with the kayaking and trails and bike trails and stuff like that. This is more of a, you know, if you just, like you said, just go sit down and kind of reflect on things. And it's also, you know, about the river's not in the south end part of town. So, I mean, for that neighborhood, it would be closer.
It's like dog parks. Nobody wanted the dog park in the neighborhood. Now everybody wants a dog park.
That's a good point.
And water features, you know, they also have a annual maintenance and upkeep and stuff like that too. So we haven't even on the river, you know, talked about what our upkeep costs are going to be on that also. So just.
Well, I'll open it up to a motion.
Vice Mayor Linkwitz, I move that we approve the selection of George Butler Associates Incorporated and authorize the city manager to execute the design engineering services agreement with George Butler Associates Incorporated in substantially the form as presented, subject to final review and approval by the city manager in consultation with legal counsel for Jerry Ivey Memorial Park Improvement Project for an amount not to exceed $109,000 upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the contract documents.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the selection of George Butler Associates Incorporated and authorize the city manager to execute the design engineering services agreement with George Butler Associates Incorporated in substantially the form is presented, subject to final review and approval by the city manager in consultation with legal counsel for Jerry Ivey Memorial Park Improvement Project for the amount not to exceed $109,000 upon fulfillment of all prerequisites upon the contract documents, under the contract documents. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
So got 3-1. On to 5.4.
Item 5.4, approve resolution number 24-8232, a resolution of advisability for special assessments for McIntosh Street in Liberty Edition number 3, and authorize city staff to solicit for bids for the improvements.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Toich, Director of Public Works. Earlier this year in March, the City Commission unanimously authorized the city manager to execute an agreement with South Ohio Land LLC regarding the city's participation in a Kansas Department of Transportation EDA program for Project McIntosh. KDOT awarded the project, and the ED grant would pay for 69% of the cost of constructing McIntosh Street. South Ohio Land is seeking to utilize special assessment financing to finance the needed utility extensions and the remaining construction costs on McIntosh Street not covered by the KDOT grant. Special assessment policy sets out a two-step process for the utilization of special assessment financing. The City Commission approved the first phase of this process at their July 8th, 2024 meeting. Staff has worked with developers, the engineer, bond counsel, as plans and cost estimates for the project were developed. The attached petition was submitted by South Ohio Land LLC and Evergy Kansas Central, Inc., requesting certain improvements to serve 4 industrial lots in Liberty Edition number 3. It is prescribed by Kansas statutes. The City Commission consider the petition for the improvements and establish sufficiency on the basis that one of 3 conditions be met. In this particular case, the third condition, the petition is signed by the owners of record, whether resident or not, of more than half of the area liable to be assessed under the proposal. 100% of the cost of the street, the sanitary sewer, the storm sewer improvements are proposed to be assessed to the benefit district. The city has requested that the water line be upsized from 8-inch to 12-inch. As such, the city will pay 53.58% of the water line pursuant to city special assessment policy. The cost of the design and construction of the reinforced concrete culvert will be paid for by the city of Salina. You see the lots to be assessed and the apportionment in your blue sheets with the various apportionments, and the city at large paying for the RCB at $212,500 and the 0.53584 of the upsizing the water line. The property owners may choose to pay their share of the project costs as a lump sum payment or as a special tax assessment over a 20-year period, beginning on the date that the general obligation bonds are issued by the city. The project could be financed through a temporary note and rolled into long-term bonds when construction is completed and the costs are finalized. Property owners will have the opportunity to pay the assessment in full prior to the bond issue. If they elect not to do so, the assessment plus related interest cost will be spread over the 20 years in equal annual installments. So there are 4 options for the City Commission's consideration with this action: approve the resolution and authorize staff to accept bids, approve the resolution with amendments, postpone consideration, or deny the resolution, resulting in denial of special assessment financing for the project. I'm happy to stand for questions, and I would point out that Mr. Hall is available as well if there are additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Toich. Any questions?
Nope.
I'll open it to public comment on this item.
James Hall, South Ohio Land. We appreciate all the work that everybody's put into this. It's been a good project, and we hope we can get past this last hurdle and get on down the road so that we can get a street going. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission.
Vice Mayor Linkwitz, I move that we approve resolution number 24-8232 and authorize city staff to accept bids for the improvements.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of resolution number 24-8232 and authorize city staff to accept bids for improvements. All those in favor say aye. Aye. On to the next item.
Item 5.5, approve resolution number 24-8231, a resolution of advisability for special assessments for Stone Lake Addition Phase 3B, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement with Stone Lake Development LLC.
Due to a conflict, I'm going to recuse myself at this time.
Mr. Vice Mayor and Commissioners, Jim Toich, Director of Public Works. The start of the two-step process for this particular project occurred June 17th, 2019, as the City Commission authorized staff to prepare the special assessment engineering feasibility report for Phase 3A, 3B, and 3C of the Stone Lake Addition. At the October 21st, 2019 Commission meeting, the City Commission approved Resolution 197750 for Stone Lake Phase 2 and Resolution 197751 for improvements for Stone Lake Phase 3A. Phase 2 was a 17-lot project and currently only has 2 lots remaining to be built on. Phase 3 was a 42-lot project and has 2 vacant lots available for new home construction. Phase 3B of Stone Lake Development is zoned as mixed use and will contain 26 residential building lots, 18 of which being family residential, R1, and 8 lots being multifamily residential, R2.5. On August 5th, 2024, the petition was submitted by Mr. Todd Roberg, managing member of Stone Lake Development LLC, requesting certain improvements to serve the lots. The attached development agreement is similar to previous agreements approved for subdivision development where the developer contracts privately with the contractors and constructs the improvements. The city then reimburses the developer for eligible costs. It is prescribed by Kansas statute that the City Commission consider a petition and establish sufficiency on the basis of one of 3 conditions being met. In this case, condition number 3, the petition is signed by owners of record, whether resident or not, of more than half of the area liable to be assessed under the proposal, meets and therefore, or is met and therefore meets the statute requirements for sufficiency. 100% of the cost of the improvements are proposed to be assessed to the benefit district. Costs include construction contingency, inspection, design, and bonding and interest costs. The petitioner is requesting that the assessments be levied for a period of 20 years. The City Commission passed a resolution that said the term of bonds issued by the city to finance improvements may extend up to 20 years, but absent special circumstances should not exceed 15 years. The special circumstances in this case are residential developers continue to experience shortages and large cost increases in materials used to install public infrastructure, and housing costs and affordability are an ongoing topic of conversation. Increased costs are then passed on to home buyers in the form of increased special assessments. The residential developers believe that an extended payment period of 20 years would help reduce the home buyers' annual payments. The property owners may choose to pay their share of the project cost as a lump sum or as annual special assessment tax over the time period determined by the City Commission, beginning on the date that general obligation bonds are issued by the city. 100% of the estimated costs of $1,321,312.75 are to be assessed against the improvement district. Each platted lot in the improvement district shall be assessed equally per lot. There are 4 options identified for the City Commission's consideration: to approve the resolution with a bond payment of 20 years and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement, approve that with amendment or amendments, postpone consideration and provide staff with additional direction, or deny the resolution resulting in denial of special assessment financing for this project. And with that, I would hope to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Teutsch?
No.
Thank you. I'll open up this item for public comment. I'll bring it back to the commission.
Vice Mayor Lakewitz, I move we approve resolution number 248231 with a bond payment period of 20 years and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the City of Salina and Stone Lake Development, LLC.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of resolution number 24-8231 with a bond payment period of 20 years and authorize the city manager to execute an improved district development agreement between the City of Salina and Stone Lake Development, LLC. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Ready for the next item.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 24-11217, approving Salina On Tap as a special event and authorizing alcohol consumption within the boundaries of barricaded public areas at such event.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Meridian Media has submitted a special event permit application with the city. Also, an application for alcoholic beverage special event retailer's permit and an amplified sound permit application for a planned event to take place on Saturday, October 5th, 2024, known as Salina On Tap. And only the special event retailer's permit requires City Commission approval, and that is because under state law, the consumption of alcohol that occurs on public streets and sidewalks requires governing body approval, and the state requires that that be done through an ordinance that then is provided to the state Director of Alcohol Beverage Control, who reviews the state permits. This is a well-established event, but it was previously held at the Tony's Pizza Event Center for a number of years. Last year, it was moved outdoors to Santa Fe for the first time, and the event organizers believe that moving the event outdoors to downtown Salina would encourage greater public awareness and participation in the event. And so this year, the plan, as I noted, was to have it on Saturday, October 5th. The event and the alcoholic beverages would be served from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., and the event this year will take place in the 100 block of North Santa Fe. So the plan is to close Santa Fe Avenue to traffic between Ash Street and Iron Avenue for that event, with closure to begin at 3 p.m. The primary activity areas on their permit application are the City Lights Stage parking lot and Phillips Plaza. And the idea behind the street closure is just to allow participants to move back and forth between those areas and along Santa Fe. As part of a resolution that the City Commission adopted dealing with special events that involve the consumption of alcohol, information about this was provided to the Salina Downtown Business Improvement District 1 to get their input, their recommendations, or any suggested amendments or conditions. We did not receive any opposition to the date or the proposed location of the event, but Leslie Bishop with Salina Downtown Inc. indicated to staff that as long as the event is held between 4 and 7, they have no concerns about the event. They just wanted to point out to the event organizers that the Downtown Farm and Art Market does take place in the City Lights parking lot on Saturday mornings, and has requested that Salina On Tap not begin any setup until Farmers Market concludes. They also wanted to remind Salina On Tap that they're responsible for removing all trash collected during the event and for securing the public restrooms after the event. And so this comes to you with a request that the governing body approve the attached ordinance identifying Salina On Tap as a qualifying special event and authorizing the sale, possession, and consumption of alcoholic liquor within the boundaries of the barricaded public areas at the event. And so you have a map in your packet that depicts the boundaries of the event, and so the plan is for the primary serving areas and gathering areas would be the City Light Stage and Phillips Plaza, with the 100 block of North Santa Fe being closed during the duration of that event. And so this does require your approval to have it take place on public streets and sidewalks, and your options would be to approve the attached ordinance approving Salina On Tap as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the barricaded area during the event as shown on your attached maps. You could approve Salina On Tap as a special event with any modifications to the location, to the size, to the date, or the time of the proposed event. You could postpone consideration of Meridian Media's request to a future meeting date if you feel you need additional information to be provided by the applicant or by staff, or you could decline to approve the attached ordinance and deny approval of the proposed special event. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you might have for staff. We do have Hannah Holt with Meridian Media here for any questions you might have for them, and I believe I saw Leslie Bishop here from SDI if you have any questions about their perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Anybody have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Andrew?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with my opinion on the alcohol part, but is there entertainment or other activities on the street in between the two alcohol dispensing areas?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, the only entertainment session that we're going to be experiencing is on the stage. So that is the portion of the street. We do have a food truck that's contracted right now, as well as our check-in availability. We do want to do that outside of the actual event space. Makes sense, right? And our trailer for our radio station will also be outside of the parameter there on the street. Anything else is currently in the works right now, but giving us the street closure does ensure the ability for us to conduct such business.
It just looked kind of lonely there with nothing and
Well, hey.
on the map there, but I'm
No,
just
trust
curious.
me.
Thank you.
It's in flux. Thanks.
Is this the same, was it one or two blocks?
There were
closed
two
off?
blocks
That's what
last
I
year, and
thought.
that was part of, again, every first event has a nice little learning curve, and we did realize that last year we probably closed off a little bit. We were overly ambitious last year. Closing down one block will ensure more business opportunities for downtown providers at this point, as well as maybe not being quite as spread out as it has been in the past.
Okay, I was thinking. And Mr. Andrew, did you say they were, I thought you said they were not closing the streets down until 3, or did I misunderstand you?
3 o'clock is what we're requesting.
Because this does it street closure instead of beginning at 1 p.m.
Setup will begin in the City Light Stage parking lot at 1 p.m. We don't anticipate street closure until 3.
Until 3, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Holt.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Open this item for public comment. All right, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Vice Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 24-11217, approving Salina On Tap as a special event and authorizing alcohol consumption within the boundaries of barricaded public areas at such event.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 24-11217, approving Salina On Tap as a special event, authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the barricaded area proposed on North Santa Fe Avenue during the event. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye. That brings us to 6.2.
Item 6.2, Jose Pepper's use of Campbell Plaza is 2 different action items. Item 6.2A is to authorize the city manager to execute a Sidewalk Cafe license agreement with Jose Pepper's Salina LLC that would authorize an outdoor dining area to be established on Campbell Plaza adjacent to the Jose Pepper's restaurant. And item 6.2B is to authorize the mayor to execute a license agreement with 1858 Properties LLC to allow the placement and maintenance of private improvements that would extend into Campbell Plaza.
Mr. Andrew.
As the clerk noted, this is broken into 2 action items. And so we have what is referred to as a Sidewalk Cafe license agreement. And the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement is operator specific. And so that Sidewalk Cafe license agreement would be with Jose Peppers of Salina LLC, the restaurant operator. And then the other license agreement deals with actual placement of private improvements within the Campbell Plaza space. And that license agreement would run with the land and would be with 1858 Properties LLC, the abutting owner. But if you look back to 2021, the City Commission reviewed a number of agreements relating to the opening of the Prickly Pear Grill and Cantina in the building addressed as 123 South Santa Fe, as well as renovations to the Campbell Plaza, which adjoins that restaurant building on the south. And so there's a number of existing agreements in place that dealt with the shared private and public use of the Campbell Plaza space, relating to the permission to locate a set of second-floor exit stairs on the plaza, relating to the placement of the restaurant's grease interceptor and a landscape island on the plaza, and with permission to place private improvements such as serving tables on the plaza, and then a Sidewalk Cafe license agreement specific to the Prickly Pear, which allowed the Prickly Pear to extend its serving area onto a 42-foot by 117-foot portion of Campbell Plaza. And so that license agreement was approved on November 15th, 2021 by the City Commission. The renovations to the Prickly Pear building and to Campbell Plaza were completed, and a certificate of occupancy for Prickly Pear, allowing it to open to the public, was issued on November 15th, 2022. So that's when it really became an activity zone. The Prickly Pear has closed their operation at this location on July 13th, 2024. And so in hopes of replacing the Prickly Pear with a similar use, the owner, 1858 Properties, is seeking approval of their plans that would make significant changes to the south facade of that building and the adjoining Campbell Plaza, and that is being done to accommodate a new tenant, which would be a Jose Pepper's Tex-Mex style restaurant. And so just these things are going to overlap because the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement is to allow their premises to be extended into a covered patio area, and the other license agreements to allow that covered patio area to be built on the plaza. But just to give you a summary of the physical improvements that we're talking about, the building has a 1,046 square foot dining area with plans to have 93 seats. The second floor of the restaurant would have a dining area with an additional 92 seats. And they're proposing the construction of a covered outdoor patio on the south side of the building that would extend into Campbell Plaza, which would have 44 seats. They're proposing additional hoods to the kitchen for new kitchen equipment, proposing to reconfigure the kitchen. And then the patio they're proposing to construct would come out 14 feet, would be 44 feet long. It would be exclusively for the Jose Peppers restaurant patrons. It would have 44 seats along that south wall of the existing restaurant. The patio would only be accessible from the restaurant, not from the adjoining plaza. There would again be a steel exterior structure that would be 14 feet by 44 feet, and the height of that patio would be 15 feet. All the exposed metal structure, fascia beams, and window frames would be black painted metal. The underside of the ceiling would be of natural wood. The patio will have a low brick wall that will, it's 1 foot 8 inches tall, and then we'll have a railing for a total height of 3 feet. That brick wall will match the brick on the building. We'll have a cast stone cap planter, and so you can see those improvements in that rendering there. There will be glass inserted in the transom windows at the upper portion of the patio closure, and they have designed this so that red vinyl screen canopies can be dropped, as well as operable sunshades that can be dropped down into this area here to either provide shade or protection from the elements. They're also proposing to put ceiling fans and heaters along the patio ceiling, which the actual ceiling will be here. And so they are proposing the construction of a cantilevered shade structure that will extend out from the edge of the patio, additional 4 feet on the west and on the south. And they're also proposing a construction of a new entry vestibule that's difficult to see from this angle, but proposing a new entrance here that would have double doors, and that would serve as the primary entryway into the restaurant, with the exit, or the existing door on Santa Fe here would just serve as an emergency exit, but the primary entrance would be shifted to a new vestibule here. And so the total area that would be devoted exclusively to restaurant use on the plaza would be 14 feet coming out and 57 feet running east to west, or about 800 square feet, with the rest of Campbell Plaza remaining open for continued public use. They're also proposing to retain, and there's an existing projecting sign here that they're proposed to convert to a Jose Peppers sign, and then they're proposing new identification signs on the south facade and a small blade sign over that entrance. And so that is the sum total of the physical improvements that they're requesting on behalf of Jose Peppers. And so the actual patio area, as they noted, was 14 feet by 44 feet, and that would be exclusively for Jose Peppers patrons, would not be available to people who are not dining at the restaurant. And so, unlike the Prickly Pear, Jose Peppers is not requesting that their Sidewalk Cafe license agreement extend into the remainder of Campbell Plaza. The outdoor dining and recreation area that's not being encroached upon by this physical improvement here would be left available and would be revert back to public use. So that means that anyone interested in using Campbell Plaza dining and recreation area outside of the covered dining area may do so even if they're not visiting Jose Peppers or a Jose Peppers customer. In addition, Jose Peppers would not be allowed to serve food and drink outside of their covered patio. So their licensed area would extend to that area there. And so we've provided you with quite a bit of detail about the sidewalk dining area. Part of that's required by our city code, and part of that is the review that was conducted by the Downtown Design Review Board. But there are currently 8 picnic tables out in the Campbell Plaza area. These were purchased and owned by Tim Blake and the Prickly Pear, but with the termination of their license agreement, the plan is that those picnic tables would become city property and become part of the plaza. The other thing we just wanted to note in terms of just percentages, there's currently within the plaza area 4,322 square feet, not counting the walkway that runs along the south end. And if this plan was approved, those physical improvements would result in an 18% reduction of the publicly accessible portion of Campbell Plaza. So this request went to the Downtown Design Review Board for review on July 11th, and they voted 3-0 to recommend approval of the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement, recognizing that the area they're proposing to use exceeds 200 square feet, but as justification for that additional patio size, Jose Peppers indicates that that additional patio area is needed to support the number of dining seats necessary to make this a restaurant that is viable at this location. And so the Design Review Board felt like the plans that they reviewed sufficiently laid out the details of how Jose Peppers intends to use the covered dining area and how the balance of Campbell Plaza would be used. So if the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement were approved, that would run through May 1st, 2026, at which point, after that point, the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement would have to be renewed annually, like the others we have downtown. And you approved a code amendment earlier this year that allows that renewal to be done administratively by the zoning administrator instead of the Design Review Board. And in terms of termination, the cafe license would expire if this restaurant and the covered patio space was ever abandoned by Jose Peppers. In addition, if a sidewalk dining area is found to have repeated code violations or health or safety violations, it can be shut down and revoked by the zoning administrator, but that revocation can be appealed to you as the governing body. And so if we go back to 2021, or 2021, the site plan that was approved for Prickly Pear covered a 42 by 117 foot deep area, and it had a 21 foot by 37 foot deep artificial turf activity area. And then you had the construction of the new stage that's 20 by 17 or 340 square feet. And so those are all objects that take up space within the area. So the idea behind the license agreement for private improvements is to allow these property improvements to be constructed on city-owned property. Again, the extension would come out 14 feet, and the plaza with the walkway is 42 feet wide, so that would leave 28 feet of clear space between the patio and the south boundary fence that's adjacent to the pedestrian walkway. If this request is approved, the second floor exit stairs, the grease interceptor, the covered outdoor patio, and the entry vestibule would be physically located in Campbell Plaza. And so this request was also reviewed by the Downtown Design Review Board just from a design and aesthetics standpoint, and they recommended approval of the design plans that you see in your packet that are reflected on those elevation drawings or architectural renderings. And so the city has made extensive use of license agreements, both for improvements placed in the public right-of-way, but also on city-owned property. And Campbell Plaza is not public right-of-way, but it is owned by the city. And this has been used outside of Campbell Plaza and Strand Plaza, where you authorize the Barolo Grill to place their grease interceptor in a planter box in Strand Plaza. And so the improvements that were made here, particularly the grease interceptor, those were sent to area public and franchise utility providers. None of them have a conflict with any of the improvements that are being proposed. And so in terms of the scope of this agreement, it's intended to spell out the terms and conditions under which the covered patio and entrance vestibule could extend into Campbell Plaza. And it's also intended to consolidate some separate agreements we had relating to construction of the second floor exit stairs and the location of the grease interceptor. This agreement, if approved, would be recorded and run with the land so that future owners or tenants had a record of it. And so the license agreement that are being proposed do not involve any compensation for the use of the plaza area, but they will, Jose Peppers will be solely responsible for maintaining their licensed patio area. And so under the terms of the agreement, 1858 Properties or their contractors would be responsible for restoration of any surface damage during the installation of the covered patio and entrance vestibule. They would be responsible for the ongoing maintenance of their private improvements, including the planting of landscape materials. On the rendering, it was difficult to see, but there's a planter that's associated with that brick wall around the outside, and they would plan to maintain that and have landscaping in that area. And so if use of this space were ever, or any of the improvements were abandoned, 1858 Properties and their successors and interests would be responsible for removing those improvements at the governing body's discretion. And so just a brief note about the 2021 agreements. The license agreement for public and private use of Campbell Plaza with Wheat State Hospitality has terminated because of provisions that were in the body of that agreement. And the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement for Prickly Pear has also terminated due to their closure and abandonment of the property. And so these are two comprehensive agreements designed specifically for the Jose Peppers project and for the new owner, 1858 Properties. So there's two action items. One is associated with the cafe license agreement, which is renewable and doesn't run with the land, and you could approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute a Sidewalk Cafe license agreement with Jose Peppers Salina LLC to allow the placement of a sidewalk or plaza dining area on Campbell Plaza adjacent to the proposed Jose Peppers restaurant. And as we noted, if that option is approved, Jose Peppers would not be allowed to extend their licensed premises onto the remainder of Campbell Plaza. Alcoholic beverages would only be allowed to be served and consumed on Campbell Plaza if there was a separate special event similar to Salina On Tap that we just discussed that was approved by Kansas ABC and the city. You could return the license agreement application to the Design Review Board for further consideration, together with a statement specifying your reason for returning it to them, or you could decline to approve the Sidewalk Cafe license agreement with Jose Peppers and provide further direction to staff. As to the other agreement, that would be authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement with 1858 Properties to allow a set of second floor exit stairs, a grease interceptor, covered patio dining area with awning, and entrance vestibule to extend into Campbell Plaza. You could postpone consideration of the proposed license agreement to a specified date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments you would like to see for further consideration, or you could decline to approve the proposed license agreement, resulting in the applicant not being allowed to construct the covered patio and entrance vestibule to the south facade of the building as proposed. And so, again, there is, because Jose Peppers has chosen not to extend their licensed premises onto the remainder of Campbell Plaza, then there would be no need for revisiting or having a revised public-private use license agreement for the shared use of Campbell Plaza, because under the terms of these agreements, Campbell Plaza would revert back to being exclusively a public plaza, except for the covered patio area, should you choose to approve that. So we have numerous representatives of the application here, including Guy Walker with 1858 Properties and others. I would stand for any questions. We provided you with lots of graphics and illustrations in your packet, so if you have any questions about those, I'd be happy to try to address those.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. That was very thorough. Appreciate it. Do you have any questions?
Just one question. Does this affect the way the stage at Campbell Plaza is scheduled and operated?
No, it will not. The effect on the stage before was due to the fact that we had shared use of the plaza between the Prickly Pear and the city, and under this model, the scheduling and use of the plaza will be entirely public, and the only space that Jose Peppers has control over is their serving patio.
Okay. Thank you.
You said that the Prickly Pear had 8 picnic tables, and then was that all they had for seating on the?
That's the only thing. They had a number of different variations of plans for seating out there, but where it ended up was that they ended up purchasing and placing 8 picnic tables out within their licensed area.
And will those 8 fit in the remainder of the area that's left over?
They will fit within that area. If they become under the ownership and control of the city, we'll work to arrange those in the most advantageous way. But there is, at 28 feet between the south edge of the patio and the walkway, there will still be plenty of room for moving around and for having the tables there.
Outdoor dining space is at a premium, especially downtown. It'll be nice to see that go in.
Yeah, I have no problems with the license agreements. In fact, I'd like to thank the representatives of Jose Peppers for taking a chance on Salina and moving into a very important part of Salina. I'm excited to see that happen. My question is on the plaza that's owned by the city now, that won't be under the license agreement. Will cleanup of that be the responsibility of the city, or does that fall, I'm looking around you to see Leslie Bishop, see if that falls on SDI?
That's good. I can't answer that one. So.
And Leslie, don't look away when I'm calling you out. because it shouldn't be Jose Peppers. I mean, it's not their, their license agreement doesn't. I just want to make sure that we have some agreement, and if however we do that, to make sure that that area stays, picked up and clean, not only for the look of the city, but also for Jose Peppers.
So we didn't make provision requiring Jose Peppers to be responsible for that cleanup. So it ultimately would be between the city and SDI. Having said that, if we recognize ongoing problems, we may be reaching out to Jose Peppers if it relates to their customers or their product. We may be reaching out to them to try to address any issues that might come up. But there's no provision in the agreement that tasks them with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's our facility, so I would think us or yes, listen.
Good afternoon. Leslie Bishop, Executive Director of Salina Downtown. I have no doubt that between Salina Downtown Incorporated and Jose Peppers, we will get it all taken care of. We'll share the task, and I have no doubt that it'll be a wonderful place for everyone to gather in downtown Salina.
I knew you'd say something like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
At least I was hoping you would. Okay.
Would any representatives from 1858 Properties like to make a comment? It's not required, but appreciated.
Thank you. Guy Walker, 1858 Properties. No real comment. Just wanted to say, much like Commissioner Hoppick said, we're thrilled to have Jose Peppers willing to come into downtown Salina, and as you mentioned, a way to activate the public plaza, and this will kind of clarify things, I think, for the public, where there's a very clear part that's open to the public, the majority of it, and then this small piece that's for the private use. So we're hoping it kind of clears some of the challenges that were prior to this up. So, but again, happy to answer any questions. And
okay, questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the outdoor dining looks nice, and looks like it ought to be, I'm guessing, used quite a bit.
I'll open this to public comment.
Public comment. Thank you. John Blanchard. First of all, I just want to say I think the project looks great. I'd be 110% in support of this project. And just to give you a perspective, as a person that lives downtown, adjacent to downtown, I'm walking in downtown practically every single night of the week. And I really have to compliment Prickly Pear for kind of getting things started there. When you go by that plaza in the evening, it really, when they have it programmed, it's very lively. And even when they didn't have it programmed, just the presence of people out on that patio really made a huge difference. Right now you have people that like to take off their shirts and lay down on the stage over there, much like they do on City Light Stage, and that's going to tend to happen when you don't have a space programmed. And of course, when a place is closed, that happens. I'll just say that it's just not because of the outdoor dining, but a big part of this is the programming. The programming got to have the right space and the right clientele, the right mix. And as a young architecture student back in the early 80s, there was a book we had to read, William H. White's, called The Social Life of Small Urban Spaces. And it has a lot to do with when you program a space, it stays vibrant and people tend to care about it and take care of it. When you don't, undesirable things tend to happen. So I say that in full support of that. I would ask that if there's a way to allow alcoholic beverages throughout Campbell Plaza as part of a license agreement, it seems operationally that would be a lot easier for the restaurant to do instead of trying to police the whole, this area versus the whole area. They could perhaps be easier to police that area, and then also give them some control over what goes on in the rest of the plaza. One thing I think is critically important, you asked the question earlier about programming of the stage. I don't know if Prickly Pear was paying for the programming of that stage, but I think with the CID funds, I would be in full support of the city picking up entertainment tabs for that plaza. It's that important, at least every weekend night, and preferably during the summers on a Wednesday night or something like that. But anyway, I think it would be money well spent. It's going to return through sales tax, and it's going to help pay off the bonds for the Star Bond District. So anyway, in favor of it, and I'd just like you to go even further. Thanks.
How we doing? Ed Gieselman, owner Jose Peppers. I just want to thank all of you for welcoming us to Salina, and we're really looking forward to it, and appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission.
Vice Mayor Linkowitz, I move that the City Commission authorize the city manager to execute a Sidewalk Cafe license agreement with Jose Peppers Salina LLC to allow the placement of a Sidewalk Plaza dining area on Campbell Plaza adjacent to the Jose Peppers at 123 South Santa Fe Avenue, including the exception to the dining area size applicable to sidewalk dining areas.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of, authorizing the city manager to execute a sidewalk license agreement with Jose Peppers Salina LLC to allow the placement of Sidewalk Plaza dining area on Campbell Plaza adjacent to Jose Peppers at 123 South Santa Fe Avenue, including the exception to the dining area size applicable to sidewalk dining areas. And do I need to do the rest, or is that good?
I think that's just informational, that's why I left it.
I will leave it at that. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Vice Mayor Linkowitz, I move that the City Commission authorize the mayor to execute a license agreement with 1858 Properties LLC to allow a set of 2 floor exit stairs, a grease interceptor, and covered patio dining area with awnings and entrance vestibule to extend into adjoining Campbell Plaza on the south side of the building located at 123 South Santa Fe Avenue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Approving a motion or authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement with 1858 Properties LLC to allow a set of second floor exit stairs, a grease interceptor, and covered patio dining area with awning and entrance vestibule to extend into adjoining Campbell Plaza on the south side of the building located at 123 South Santa Fe Avenue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that brings us to other business. Any commissioners have other business?
I had a question for staff. I know that we received an email after the windstorm we had that there was some FEMA dollars that might be available. I don't know if we've heard on that, and if so, are there dollars there? Because when you first came out and said it was going to take 3 to 4 weeks to pick up branches, I thought surely it won't take that long. Now that I've driven around the community, it's going to take longer than 3 to 4 weeks. Are there dollars available that if we needed to rent additional equipment or to even subcontract out to help us get some of that picked up, is that going to be available? Any extra dollars?
Fair question. The process is underway, but there's no determination yet. And so as a little bit of an explanation, the night of the storm event, the Saline County Commission verbally made a disaster declaration. They followed up the following Tuesday with a formal declaration, and then they've been extending the disaster declaration since then. That then goes to the state, the governor, and thanks to Michelle Weiss, Emergency Management Director, I have an understanding of this process a little bit, but the governor on occasion will kind of wait to make a state-level declaration and group together different events, and so it's at the state level. Then it has to go to the federal level for declaration. There's a couple of examples where that's taken anywhere from 45 to 60 or 70 days to get that declaration after an emergency event. The other thing that was pointed out to me is that isolated events don't always qualify for an emergency declaration. The Chapman tornado, to my surprise, did not get a federal emergency declaration. And so we're in the midst of that. We are actively responding. We've rented equipment. We proceeded somewhat on the basis that we expect that a declaration is forthcoming, but we have been a little bit conservative in trying to use our resources, our staff, our equipment, borrowed equipment and resources from Salina County, and we have rented some equipment, but we've stopped short of kind of that next level of hiring additional assistants to haul, recognizing we could be more efficient in terms of trips to the landfill and returning if we had twice as many vehicles and we were turning it over that much more quickly. If you would humor me, I would like to give Jim Teutsch an opportunity to kind of give you an update on the status of things. He and his staff, all of our departments, outside agencies, citizens have really done an impressive job coming together on this.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Teutsch, Director of Public Works. I would be remiss if I didn't first give a shout out to the Salina Police Department, the Salina Fire Department, Saline County Road and Bridge, Saline County Emergency Management, Evergy Crews, and all the city employees that have been pitching in through this event. I think the other remarkable thing that I want to say, I've made this observation several times and it's been repeated to me by others, that this storm to me is somewhat different in that I have seen a groundswell of neighbors helping neighbors in this storm, and it's pretty remarkable. If you drive by and look at the debris that's on the street, we ask that it be neatly stacked. And, you just had a really bad storm and your yard is torn up and you have trees down. And those trees are neatly stacked on the curb. So, I mean, it is truly amazing. And I'm humbled by the way the citizens have come together after this storm. We have been operating in 6 zones throughout Salina. We have 6 crews, 1 in each zone. There are about 5 to 7 people per crew. Equipment operators, chainsaw operators, traffic control, in some cases limb draggers, all working in every zone in the city. We have 9 vehicles that are currently loading the debris onto trucks. We have 17 dump trucks and about a half a dozen pickup trucks and trailers, all in this effort. The Department of Public Works, the Parks Department, Utilities Department, Saline County, and then just all of the divisions within Public Works, all of those employees are continuing to bring debris. So far, there have been 4,282 loads brought to the landfill, or roughly 3,500 tons of debris. I would estimate right now that we're about 47.5, somewhere between 45 and 50% done with picking up the material. And it differs by zone. There's a big difference between if a zone has a telehandler picking up the equipment or whether it's a streets wheel loader or a Saline County wheel loader. It also depends. Some areas were hit much harder. Some areas have extraordinarily large trees. There have been several trees too large for our equipment to pick up, as an example. We've made additional room at the landfill to accommodate the limb debris that's coming in. There are 2 separate areas, one for private citizens and one for the Saline County and Salina workers to use just for safety and to increase the speed at which people can unload their debris. We are, as the city manager mentioned, we're awaiting on the news of the federal emergency declaration for federal aid. We are continuing to act as though that is forthcoming. So we have done this a few times, so we have the FEMA process down, and the street superintendent is maintaining all of the data necessary to support that should it come in. Trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to tell you. In terms of equipment, we are reaching out to try to lease an additional wheel loader. We may be losing the Saline County wheel loader next week, so we're looking to see if we can increase by at least one additional wheel loader. We have a wheel loader that is due in this week from the V&E purchase, last year's V&E purchase. So that wheel loader should be here this week, and we'll immediately get to work on using that. And I think with that, again, I just can't say enough about the citizens coming together, and especially thanks to all the people who have assisted us after this event.
Thank you, Mr. Teutsch.
Thank you to city staff also.
Yeah, it's
obviously
been tremendous. I've just personally received nothing but positive feedback regarding the response to the storm all around, and specifically city and county staff. Commendable, and thank you. Brings us to, unless anybody else has any other business, go to Citizens Forum. And we ask that you keep it to 3 minutes or less, please.
I'll go first. Ben Winholt, Salina. The first page of your packet is an information memorandum in regards to the purchase of a powerful breaching tool, which is to be purchased in the fall of 2025 with a grant. The police department's point of view was the purchase of this item, I lost it, was they looked at other sources besides their own department so as not to affect the city budget. Okay, so then on August 9th was a local media story about the River Festival. They don't care about the city budget. In that story, they said that wristband sales, the festival's largest income stream, are crucial to the funding of the event. Well, that's a false statement, because their sales from the things was $209,000, where the city of Salina, from the general fund, taxpayers' money, gives them $635,000 every year to make this happen. So, and they said that the weekend gate count was estimated at 45,000. And they said they actually gave last year's number of 61,752. Well, they failed to tell you, Arts and Humanities failed to tell you that's a 27% decrease from the year before. Now, you can blame it on the weather all you want, but Thursday's storm was already after an hour into the concert, so the head count was there. The storm on Saturday that cleared the park, the head count was already there. So if you go into that, there's a mention of the benefit of the support of the part-time, seasonal, and full-time city staff at every department that helps with the festival. If there's a cost that was put to this benefit, it'd probably be around $100,000, up and beyond the 635 range. And that's sucked from all the departments that are taxpayer funded. So with the past history of the taxpayers contribute to the $1 Million River Festival each year, in 276 days, funding from the general fund will be given to the festival, and in 414 days, funding will be available to purchase the well-needed $13,000 entry tool. I would think that the safety of the men and women in blue would be more important than a select group of art-oriented individuals having a 4-day party with taxpayers' money that kicks in $645,000 to their costs. Let's get our priorities straight. If the city can't come up with $21,000 or $13,000 to get this Ram now for the safety of the police department, you have no reason to be given $600,000 for a party for a few select individuals of the city, according to the numbers that were given.
John Blanchard. Have three things. I'm going to switch the order a little bit because bringing up the tree trimming and so on. I had number 3 on my list, but I want to move it up. About a year or so ago, Jim Toish came up, and I think with either the fire chief or Parks and Rec, and was asking for the purchase of some equipment to cut down trees and so on to make it easier for the trash removal, automated trash removal, and also some concerns from the fire chief about low-hanging branches. I think that came through in the request to apply for a grant. I think in light of everything that we're experiencing now, I think I would ask that maybe you dust that off, take another look at that, and find it as something that if we are as flush with cash as we say we are in our general fund, that might be a good proactive purchase. And mainly because you got a lot of older trees and so on in the northern part of town, and we saw earlier these folks didn't have insurance on their house. So what happens if instead of falling into the street, it falls towards the house and destroys somebody's house without insurance? So I think it's something that we could be proactive on, and like I said, maybe dust that off and get Jim his equipment and the chief. The second thing was, and this is regard to Magnolia Village, in reading the city obligations in the development agreement, it looks like the city has taken all responsibility for remediating any contamination out there. And I know there was a phase one environmental site assessment that identified problems and also triggered a phase 2 ESA. It looks like the city has said they'll pay for this phase 2 ESA and all associated cleanup costs. And my question is do we have any idea what the cost of that phase 2 ESA is going to be, when it's going to be conducted? Do we have any anticipated costs of what contaminant cleanups are going to be for that site? And third, maybe more importantly, is why is it the city's responsibility if the developer answered an RFP and they said this is where we want to build it? Should they not have done the due diligence, and should they not be on the hook for the contaminated cleanup and not the taxpayers? Third and last is I had a citizen ask me if there's a policy with the city that forbids city commissioners from soliciting the city and maybe the county, I don't know, but that might be one question for the county, soliciting business from the city manager or from the city in general. Is there a policy that addresses that?
We have a purchasing policy that addresses how that's to be conducted, but it doesn't specifically forbid and prescribe the process.
So if a city commissioner wanted to solicit the city for business, how is the public getting disclosure by that? If it's under the spending limit, then they'd never know.
It's subject to our purchasing policy, depending on the value and then the applicable process.
Have we had any commissioners solicit the city of Salina for business to their?
We've had commissioners do business with the city of Salina historically,
but not. I mean, currently, not historically.
Yeah. if you want to talk offline, I can try to answer your question in terms of our process.
Okay, I appreciate that. And anyway, thank you guys all very much.
So with respect to the other two commissioners, you may recall that you authorized shared staffing between Public Works or sanitation and parks to address trees both in the park system and street trees, and that you also authorized equipment in support of that effort. We didn't get the grant that we tried to apply for, and then we've proceeded in that manner. And then with respect to Magnolia Village, one of the plumes related to the Schilling Air Force Base cleanup extends to the property that's involved with the Magnolia Village property. So that's all in response to our obligations that we took on as a result of the groundwater contamination cleanup efforts.
Norman Mountain, Salina. I was just in Wichita this morning. Wichita is in stage 2 of water restrictions.
All right, that moves us to executive session.
How long do we need?
Let's try 20 minutes.
20, and with a 5-minute break?
That's kind of what I was going to ask.
Okay.
I'm assuming 5-minute break.
Okay. I move that the City Commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes following a 5-minute break to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will return to this room at 7:25.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for executive session. The aforementioned executive session and also a 5-minute break, and we will resume the meeting at 7:25. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, just a couple of housekeeping items. Attendees, in addition to yourselves, will be the typical staff, myself, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankston, Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll, and then our Special Counsel Amanda Jokerst and Todd. Help me out. Why am I
Just
drawing a
Todd.
blank? Yeah, Todd. Messenger. Will be on the line as well. And we do not expect any action coming out of the executive session.
to call us back into session.
All right, we're back in session.
Vice Mayor Linkwitz, I think we need a little more time, so I move that the City Commission recess into executive session for 35 minutes to discuss with spatial legal counsel the subject of legal considerations related to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body for which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will return to this room at 8 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for executive session that will go on until 8 p.m. pertaining to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina court case and legal consultation. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Commissioners, same as before. The attendees are myself, Deputy City Manager Wood, Assistant City Manager Hennessy, Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Community Development Director Lauren Driscoll, outside legal counsel via phone, Todd Messenger and Amanda Jokerst, and we do not anticipate action coming out of the executive session.
What you guys got?
He left us.
And we're back.
Vice Mayor Linkowitz, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.